All right. Good morning. Market is open. I was watching some Tombstone. So good. What was the line? Um, I want I want to play for blood, and then the guy's like, nah. And then Doc Holliday is, I'm your Huckleberry. That sounds like my kind of game. And it's like, that's the way to enter a room. I'm gonna kill you. Oh, damn. Sounds like there's a party, and I'm going to invite myself. Yeah. It's nice when you're extremely confident in your skills, because then you can pull off stuff like that because you know you're not going to get hurt, or the likelihood is low because you're good at what you do. One, two. Oh. Yeah, so I'm just ironing out some bugs. I got race conditions in my code. Pain in the ass. Don't know how I'm supposed to deal with race conditions. All right. Well, good start so far. No one wants to write code with race conditions. uh, okay, well, where's your blog post? Okay, here it is. Oh, his argument is that there is no multi-threaded problems on a single-threaded environment. He is correct, but the problem with JavaScript is that it pauses mid-execution flow to select something else, which is fucking ridiculous. None of these actually execute at the time they are requested. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, you can't have deadlocks. That's true. Yeah, deadlocks are the worst. where two things are trying to grab the same thing and they can't take it because they're both tugging on it. It's fucking stuck. Nothing you can do about it. What's our volume? Lower than yesterday. Alright, I need to figure out how to fix these race conditions. In jank code? What the hell is jank code? Decent surge on GME in the background there. Even if the market is still tumbling. So my guess is we'll come back to 44.45 and then we'll start our day. Since this burn off was kind of shit. Let's see. If we're really lucky, we're going to start accelerating. We'll get some gas. Oh, it's good to see you, Triple X. And it's good to have you here. You know, we have our consistent 10 people. You know, we were at 100 at one point, you know, peak hype. Now we're 10. But yeah, I have to look at the stock every day, so it's not a problem. And I'm glad you're appreciative. There's been a few days where my health's been kind of shitty, and I'm like, man, I should take a day off. But realistically, I'm going to sit in front of the computer anyways, so why not just run the browser? I'll just talk less. You know? I was thinking about it today because I was like, oh, my left ear, for some reason, is ringing really loud. Like right now, I can't hear out my left ear, and it's just ringing. Ringing. And I'm like, oh my God, this is so annoying. Partly because it's weird, you know, if you ever had an ear infection, you just can't friggin' hear. So it's like the world is on a tilt, throws off your balance and all that. So I was like, you know what? I'll take the day off. I'll go do some groceries. And then I'm like, I should write some code. Then it's 9:30, and I'm like, oh, I'm already here. So yeah, it's all good. Now I just got to figure out how to figure this out. I know it's my loops that are causing trouble. But I tried to write my program so that it goes A, B, C, D, E, F, release control. But I found out that the A to F takes too long. So what I need to do is go A, release control, grab control, B, release, grab. And that way it kind of just allows other stuff to fill in the gaps, but it still progresses A, B, C. So that's today's problem. And then finally cancellations are done. But yeah, right now it's busting the fucking website. Dreams crushed. Yeah, exactly. All about quality It's nice to have more people because there's more conversation, but it's better to have 10 people that cause you no trouble than to deal with 100 children. I fully agree. Yeah, it's like a stock mini podcast, yeah, with some gaming in the background. On an unrelated note, I bought, well, I have a background in like in military, but um, I bought some stuff to roll out my med kit because a lot of the stuff expired over COVID. Um, when I used to walk around like for 8 hours a day, or take long walks all the time, I'd bring like a just a basic trauma kit because you never know for yourself or for others. Anyway, so I had to buy some hydrogen peroxide, which is good for flushing wounds, um, and or irrigating wounds if you want to use the proper term. And so hydrogen peroxide, of course, just produces oxygen, which then kills bacteria in small amounts without doing too much damage to your skin, which would be bleaching, oxidizing. But anyways, so I had something really bad BO because I was working out at home, and I'm like, you know what? BO is just bacteria. I wonder if it'll kill it. Suffice to say, it nukes it instantly. No smell, completely kills it. You are fresh as a spring day. And I'm like, holy crap, like instantaneous. Maybe like quarter of a second, it's quick. A whole second, it's gone. I'm like, wow. Did not understand that was good. Because people use hydrogen peroxide to deal with mouth infections, ear infections, although I don't recommend putting it in your ear. But you irrigate your mouth to deal with bleeding gums. It also brightens your teeth and gets rid of gingivitis and bad breath, right? So I'm like, I wonder if this works. So, anyways, so if you don't feel like applying deodorant all the friggin' time because you're sitting at home and no one ever sees you, anyways, in or after like a workout or something, uh, man, Insta Fresh. I'm like, that's pretty fucking cool. So, anyways, I just found that out the other day. So, yeah, it's great. Yeah. I didn't. You got to watch though. It's bleaching, so it may bleach your clothes or the surfaces it touches. But that's a 3% solution. 100% solution would kill you. It would kill whatever it touches. But you never can get 100% hydrogen peroxide. So, but anyways, just something there. Yeah, because that's a nice way to freshen up. And I bet in the summer I'll give it a try when you're really sweaty because it will kill the bacteria that's in the sweat. And so you're basically freshening up with clean water. And it's essentially doing the same thing chlorinated water does without the chlorine. Oxygen, free oxygen is the same as basically chlorination. So, anyways, something new thing for this podcast. Personal hygiene. Just gonna. Hello, this is brought to you by peroxide. Old shit, but it does the work. I don't think we're done climbing yet. It's a little too early. If we're gonna consolidate, it'll be closer to 10:10. So the news hasn't figured out what happened yesterday yet. Usually takes about 3 days for everything to kind of sort out. Actually, I wouldn't say that's correct on bleach. Bleach was made from in Paris to clean sewers. Mustard gas is a combination of bleach and ammonia, I believe. Yeah. Let's see. Bleach was created. Yeah, I know I'm correct. It's eau de Javel. It was made in France to control bacteria in the sewers because people are getting fucking sick. It would have been 1800s or so. Holly might not be coming back because she's a Trump supporter and really religious. I see her on Facebook though. Um, yeah, 17th century, where there was significant cloth bleaching industry in Western Europe. They used lye and acidic baths, sour milk, and then later sulfuric acid. Then they came up with chlorine bleaches in the late 1800s when a Swedish chemist discovered chlorine in 1774, and they made sodium hydrochlorite, and that became the first commercial bleach called eau de Javel or Javel water after the borough in Paris where it was produced. In 1820, French chemist whatever figured out that disinfecting and deodorizing ability of hyperchlorites, and so he started using it for public health and other sanitary conditions in hospitals, slaughterhouses, and all industry dealing with animal products. Yeah. So, anyways, that's the history there. Oh, hypochlorite bleaches in low concentrations were also found to attack bacteria by interfering with their heat shock proteins. Using a bleach or chlorine, using bleach, which is either chlorine or peroxide base, significantly increases germicidal efficiency of laundry even at low temperatures. Ah, that's cool. When was that found out? 2013. So basically, you know how you if you boil something, you make it clean, if you will, right? But if you put in a little bit of hydrogen peroxide, just the tiniest amount, it interferes with the ability of bacteria to uh, support heat, right? Most of them are good up to like I think about 60 degrees Celsius. Brings it down to almost half. Pretty friggin' good. Neat. I did not know that. And if you put the lightest amount of hydrogen peroxide in your clothing, it shouldn't bleach the clothing. Yeah. Oh man, people use chlorinated lime. Oh my god. Calcium, calcium chlorine iodine too. Damn. That's basically chlorinated salt, which I believe is lime. No, lime is oxygen. Calcium, oxygen, and hydrogen is lime. Calcium chloride is salt. Right. That's the salt we get on our table. Table salt, right? It's road salt. Okay, so it's commercial salt, industrial salt. And what is it's sodium chloride? No, sodium chloride. I thought it was calcium chloride. Salt. Chlorine dioxide? Really? That's a thing? Wow, that's got to be toxic. Chlorine dioxide is used for bleaching wood, fats, and oil, and skin. Ugh. Jesus, sodium dichlorocyanate? Sweet lordy. It's a widely used disinfectant? Sweet lord. Could you attach any more deadly things? So it's used for sterilizing air because it's a slow release source of chlorine. Okay, I could see that. That's like formaldehyde. Formaldehyde's a slow release of what the hell does formaldehyde release? Oh, actually, formaldehyde I think releases itself. Formaldehyde. Is it slow? It is, yeah, slow release oxygen. So it's hydrogen, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and then the oxygen becomes a free radical, and the hydrogens I think become an acid, and you get CO, or you get, yeah, I think that's it. You get CO, O, or H2. Yeah. Anyways, we're learning here. I'm just trolling Wikipedia. Ooh. Sodium dichloro whatever gives off red light when mixed with 35% hydrogen peroxide. Neat. All right, well, back to coding. uh, so the real problem is this code here. Hmm. Go, pinned your message. find bank. In the bank. Spells find all receipts. Oh, they separate it with a then. Oh, so that's okay. That's what I'm doing wrong. So I'm telling it to go A, take A, then go to B, B, then go to C. What I should do is go A. Then the next guy say, look at this pile, and for each A you see, do this, do this, do that. And that's your separation. Collect the pile, then tell the other guy to look at the pile versus making it one long train. Okay. Maybe that will solve my problem. That's what I was trying to do. Okay. So cancel array, push, cancel object, and that will also separate it. Instead of having one object that gets used over, you're putting a new object in the array each time. So that should separate it too. Aha! Fuck you, JavaScript. I will make you my bitch. That is the beauty of JavaScript. Even if you code yourself into a hole, because the language sucks the big 11111, you can still fucking come flying out of it. All right. So when that's all done, we want to let's do that in case. Do this. Do this. Function. Gonna run into the same problem. That's not gonna work. Oh, geez. I better check the train hasn't derailed. I forgot she's running 12 new messages. Oh, is today Wednesday? Oh shit, today's Wednesday. Ah, I got... Oh fuck, I got transit meeting. Oh. Right. Forgot about the transit meeting. 10 o'clock, eh? So I've already missed 30 minutes. Ottawa City Council. Shit. This is a truckwill.
Contributed to staff being extra cautious, and we're quite as normal operating. Probably service on the train, pull that, but identified in some, we have to be cautious. Operator the might help that train storage facility, and it's through it. The extra cautious have to deal with.
I'd like to applaud that operator. No one fucking cares. Or I'll put up the
normal at the site for a while. Normal to have. There might be.
let's see here. Chrome Transit Commission.
This is what we call. We had all this. Hours.
Okay, so that's what I'm watching.
So I understand.
And there's the link for it.
I think where people are uncomfortable that there is also with me that the train so 35 and 40 kilometers an hour. I mean, up until recently, 15 kilometers, 5 kilometers. We are going slower through the state. While it is possible that for a while, everybody can understand like how are concerned about being aware, and so saying that is normal, not going on the conference. So are there any that are abnormal? I mean, horrible and that are happening through this thing going on that clinicians, customers. Where we also here. So we in the middle.
Oh no, the audio's not playing because you guys are probably gonna get annoyed of it. It was just showing you it. If you want the audio, there you go. It's just when I comment about it, at least you have a picture to understand what I'm talking about.
It's normal to have. What is that normal? Section. Acting. This is our responsibility. Our system. Or trust. That section of Actually, no. Not because remember actually will go what will but good news. So we'll part what the here they're only fighting public what is I would be telling that about and I public to so I don't
This lady's this lady that's highlighted in the corner here. She's a civilian transit commissioner, and she's just like constantly talking about how she has no power, and it's like, well, you're not an elected official, you know. It's like, well, I can't make these decisions. Well, then fucking run for office, you know. But of course, in fairness, uh, when she got this role, the train was not gone nuclear, right? So had she known it went nuclear, she could have made that decision. Um, but realistically, there's no point talking about woulda, coulda, shoulda. Only 23 people were watching at the time. Oh, that's the backup stream. Okay, weird.
at one I had not experienced
We're looking good here. So we'll probably drift a little, maybe kind of dip into 1030 or go up a tiny bit, go into 1030. But as we get closer to 1030, our ability to surge is going to be tempered, sorry. And then post 1030, then we might be able to run. Yeah.
why I think what problem I for portion of the rail have the so on the manual that but where I push somebody from TR want to add to comment?
approaches a bus stop is not where public meetings are observed on buses. Us, but I have folks not wearing a mask, and I acknowledge that. Not wearing a mask.
There we go. So this is lining up like I thought it would. Yeah, because you see here that we're going sideways, right? And it's like, yeah, as you get closer to 10:30, after around 10 o'clock, you should see kind of the dip starting, and then the 10:30 should be the dip. So once we started leveling out flat here, it was pretty apparent that we're probably going to have a little breakdown, but the breakdown's not that severe, so we're still over 50%. So right here, oh, actually we're under 50%. Okay, so that's risky since we're, oh no, we're just above 50%. Yeah, this is under 50%, this is on 50%. So it is risky. It might tumble a little bit further. If we drag it down a bit, we're okay. And if we drag it down to here, yeah, so it might tumble a bit more, but that's all right. We're going into 10:30. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I see it happening. A conference. COVID. Are there automated on the bus or have message? Related to not just for passengers, for vaccines. Large quantities are operated. Staff that were COVID. I'll just transition. October. And I just be reminded. So So even with our ones offline, we lost right. Even though all agree relationship line when lost ridership.
I'm just pissing on this guy. Oh, I made his computer ding. That's cool. I sent a message and I heard the ding on his computer.
Well, I'm a stats guy, and I would make lost rider. LRT is not running. And the data is what we use to make
That was cool.
following on questions, perhaps a heightened anxiety back on the train, that issue.
It's almost like the UFOs, that perhaps the abuse is not really abuse. It's just a public's perception of something they don't understand. Oh, sorry, I need to put that back up for you. Oh, actually, does it stay up? Oh, it stays up even when it's minimized. That's good.
Whatever we can.
This guy.
Ought to have to do. Per rider, want staff to help the overall experience.
Councillor Brockington's point about the mask. Renee, last year we about on the mask. I wonder if that's something we reminder riders to wear a mask if possible.
Souvent les autres. When I
Right. What we did is reinforce those signs and with public transport folks and approach people and ask. At one point we were reading an offering. Forgot the mask. Things we can do to impact just going into the winter, numbers are going up, rocket and several good points on. So if there's something that is Councillor Howard.
Thank you very much. We do have this question. How do we how do you perceive information formula? Montreal, we also passes bought every machine. what are the right now? More different. When we're going to tackle ridership, it depends on what well, I'm not to also five days. Well, want to cancel if they offer them. Don't want to wait for our for offering this. Want to be having passenger my last question. You can as well oversight. Okay, provides or read. What's your long-term questions? Ask. I had a very mandate why they become complete. Right. Rising, entering, and all this is well, that's important because providing services, very happy with them. But if they if OC Transpo and RTG not exist, and come along with me, my team, to broadly so that we can have overview of advantage a plan problem. That's what. Alright, that's on the long term. All terms. We are not going to the performance in I want us to have oversight. I want leader and long term. So that's key on the client aspect. Saying find we will. Okay, I think this resume session over next. Like your attitude and your focus on client service. Excellent.
Alright, so that's the Councillor Kavanaugh and Vice Chair. Over for
Also, ridership traffic.
Have you
So, gets higher, we will all locked open at the infrared detector. Number of people and able to count them walking in, walking out, make it this the thought. Because of transit or as they changed their travel needs of health district. Is there any way of thinking that aspect
with and I'd like to get more details on what is prepared after this. Extra effort to be made when that has to be for the winter time. So those kind of things will follow them and will make sure that those behaviors will be ability to evolve the wall for them to let you know what was what we were supposed to do. I will give for sure I won't tell because I'm part of job with my I have feel that started from my part. So okay, I feel comfortable when I'm at home and I don't feel comfortable. Um,
Confederation is it to do
this is one thing. But these goals are like funnel Ryan to I'm not sure. Probably harder to try
So the counselor responded, and he's like, "Well, let's just ignore the issue that people are riding the bus without masks." And I'm like, "Okay, well, let's address the issue. If we address the issue, it's gonna cost us like 2 million fucking dollars for 10 people, you know? So you gotta pick your poison here." So yeah, I want to solve world hunger and I want everyone to have a great job, but it's not fucking practical, you know? These guys. But I guess in politics, right? You always want to talk about, um, oh, people want this, and I'm a man of the people. But at some point, you got to temper that because money doesn't fucking grow on trees; it grows on cotton bushes. And now dinosaur fuel, if you got plastic money. All right, so in about 10 minutes, we should get a push, though.
of course get constant. Offering the colleague men confident but it's just a stranger credit
we have a fine of $1,000 I think for vaccine. Uh, the competition about clients are wearing masks and violence to continue to clean everywhere
Councilor Kavanaugh?
He's on the line, I think he is. I think everyone large scale. This could be in that regard, not you more than anything on Maple Leaf. I wonder if you can be confident all today.
I can tell is better than the one that was. We took work on the bug issue, working partnership, all it long term quality. Service all these areas. We follow through. We get contact follow. I can say system that this Ottawa I think is a better one.
Very much, Commissioner. Go to. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I just want to follow up on the RA can I get some understanding of what the scope of the contract and what is it an ended contract or
Actually, no, part of the was to 1,000. Actually, I will notice
Oh,
I asked your us. How long? But we can,
so it's a list of contract find list.
I know.
Or not. Glad that they on the job. Lions. And then how much is TR?
Oh, that?
But I want to be really when but it I
And that are looking to cost the
Hmm.
That seems low. Daniel's nodding. He's nodding, yes. Okay. Specifics of that content. And yesterday, to that operator, I'm very pleased that our feel empowered to make those decisions. The kind of TRA, what is TRA in the something that are working.
If I agree, Mr. We're engaged sort of the two active of
Market's dropping, but it's still not too bad. The blue line should have less an effect on us than the orange line. So we're still pretty holdy. If the orange starts to go, then we're going to go. But yeah, we're definitely getting weight on here. But we should get our push in 2 minutes. Should start to turn around. We hope, but we verify. Hopefully.
Of whether follow up in.
So when that was here. certainly we've seen others maybe on bigger design. So,
my colleague Daniel raise it's a good question and a fair question. Bottom line is no, it is no. Strikes me currently, much to my family this over the years. I've been aspect of it. Customer nothing, nothing.
Both of you comments. There issues that might 5 years buy a house. They kind of provide you with what needs first you buy them 5 years. Are there any come across that forward to?
Well done, Barry.
Like your home. Nothing but more and more fortunate job of the manager bring the ring. So proud of that. Cartoons. Now the hard work. Plan. Wear out. Aspect. All costs money. Fire it. So, up with it. Brain don't have first thing. Brain main. Lacking. Up with me. On the day. That's fine. All seen. Structure. Components. For me. Short answer. Where you have so as all the different obsolete swearing enough. Conversation. Fine.
Almost. Help is always. Let me work with my quantify
Hmm.
how many.
So I read an article about why my program is lagging like hell. It turns out it's the regular expressions I put in. It turns out a regular expression, which looks at a thing of text and tries to see if it matches a pattern, often runs exponified time. So it may run once, it may run 6 times, and I got like 30 of them. So if the text is complex, it may go over it 6 times, which is like a 12-second delay. Then multiply that by the 30 plus elements I'm trying to draw on the screen. And now you got 30 seconds times 30. And there's my problem. So that's what's going on. I didn't realize the regular expressions were so costly. I figured they were just regular expressions are actually quite quick compared to looking at the text, reading the text, but they're quicker than that. But in the grand scheme of things, they're still quite heavy. So.
What tool?
Hmm.
When we also want to write the worker work on mathematical formula.
Hmm.
When not always sometimes we
If it doesn't return a callback or a promise, it's 100% chance that it's blocking. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so it's my for loops that are causing trouble.
But we just don't know when
patterns if we have unaware. That's our stop. So also to be burned on that before you put that. Using all of these fulfill this.
Back to that guy, I see time and time. So I want to come back to the one. Oh, and you responded. I just oh, we're now I hear. What review are you and the team undertaking to
Were removed. Normally be line of our
I appreciate I'm not looking on some policy back with it. Looking for on that specific. This is not a small project policy. Our one.
Eh.
My understanding sure was canceled context not a full requirements for of an IT act on selection of one. go to. Sure, if you want him to go first, that's fine.
I am always happy.
You passed the free institutions are responsible for things, and I just wanted to hear those institutions that they have or cost for that to wanted to go or was Canadian well, that wasn't after being off the trial run for 48 hours. So that was by council. First 3 days trial running this was to pause ongoing. I was never to us. Wanted to get clarification on why that wasn't sent to us. I want to get why that memo wasn't sent.
Sorry, just those questions all related to go because we're just before the operation part, we assumed LRT until it was operational. So after what that story is talking about. So the question was order here, but it certainly implies that
Wanting as you on to other questions. Free of so wanted to hear free of got a tranche first and we got more as time went on. Are those trains are they having more response and performance the trains that were delivered subsequently?
somebody want to take that?
Performance. Commercial. For our for other entities. How
are we in those are we seeing performance from performance in other for a little bit longer? I guess I'll ask for an email follow-up from know exactly what is on the line when they were like the bomber. Had a lot of and we're fixing a couple years ago or a year ago about fixing constructed bus operation.
Oh, it's starting to hurt my ears listening to this.
How much
Okay. I think you found your bottom at 42.37. Although this does look like a channel. Yeah, see, that doesn't quite work. Yeah, now we'll see. Oof. Ooh, this one counselor is going to town on this other guy. They're gonna fight. Fuck. Getting dicey. Oh, lordy. Oh my god. Oh my friggin' god. Who was the idiot that walked in?
They're all operational.
Man, that's ridiculous. So yeah, they're getting really tense and they're like about to openly fight, and then they go for a vote. Like they're voting, let's say, to impeach the president, and everyone's all super tense. And then a guy comes in and he's like, "Hey, what did I miss? Could you repeat what's going on?" It's like, oh my god, everyone's at gunpoint, and you're just like, let's bring it up again. We're voting for the impeachment. The bullets are being fired. Oh fuck me. That is ridiculous. uh, fucking great. uh, uh, God, it's so bad. But that's why I watch these things, because shit, sometimes fucking funny. Oh. Oh, a cargo aircraft's going over. Heavy duty rocking and rolling. Mm. Oh, this is painfully good. It's this lady that runs the transpo now. She's telling us that, you know, it's a marriage and that when you have one bad day in your marriage, you don't break up, and we're gonna have to make it work. I'm like, well, what happens though if your spouse is abusive? Yeah. But if someone is married to you, goes off the track and rams somebody else, wouldn't you want a divorce? Excellent. Oh man, what a show. I have wrote no code. Although I've been trying to figure out how to friggin' defer this. Hmm. This might work. I don't need a timeout. So for each element, that might work. Actually, let's try that. Let's try that. I might have solved my problem just by breaking it up. Ugh. Holy crap. This transit is killing me. Okay, 10 minutes and then they should be back. All right. Refresh. Get alert. Why is this? Did I not oh, do this. Right. Yeah, stupid me. Okay. I let it do its work. And then okay, let's see if that works. I can sneak in some food. Okay, I'll be back for 12:30. I should get some food into me while I got this moment. All right, back. Ooh. Wow, that didn't work at all. So everything is good until I save it. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? So we come in here. Actually, that's what I really should do. Excuse me. Let me fast forward. All right. We bounced off the bottom, which we unfortunately traveled to. All right, let's figure out what the hell is wrong. What have I done? Okay. Oh, maybe that's the problem. Uh, oh, he's back. This guy's voice just came out of nowhere. Oh, shit. Wow, what temperature is it? Hey Google, what's the temperature outside? Okay, it's 1 degree and there's a freezing rain warning. Stop listening. And I just heard someone like go Mach 1 on a motorcycle. Wow, that person likes to live dangerously. Shit, it would be cold as hell. And if there's any rain, he's done. Because it's going to be ice rain. You don't want to be going Mach 1 on a motorcycle in an ice storm. Oh, hell, you don't even want to be in a car in an ice storm. Actually, I guess, yeah, I never told you guys that story. I was out with a girlfriend and we were driving up to my parents' place and we got in like a heavy duty ice storm in a Jeep, like a classic Jeep. That thing has no ability because its tire is thin to grip the road. We went off the road 3 times, like physically off the highway into a ditch. But because it's a Jeep, it just hits the ditch, rips out of the ditch. We get back on the highway. If it was any other car, it would have been totaled and dented and right. No, the Jeep just took it, but we couldn't go more than probably, let's say 15 miles per hour, or the tires would spin out and we'd go off the road again. So it was fun. It definitely does not handle well in the winter.
whether or not
Oh, me? I currently have one or two. But my health has been shit for about 4 years. So I haven't been really out there. I've just been like dealing with nonstop panic attacks, racing heart rate. I got some digestion issue that just murders me. So I don't know what the hell. That's why I can do this stream because I'm on sick leave right now. I'm definitely a lot better. I shot out a kidney stone and I'm like, I would say 20 plus times better than I was 2 months ago. But yeah, it's been a long time. Uh, so, but yeah, I'll go after something a little bit more seriously once I can move and travel and eat at restaurants. Yeah, I'm still pretty housebound. Oh no, no, no disrespect. I don't care. It's a valid question. If I don't answer it, that's my prerogative, but it's a valid question. Yeah. As a public figure, I should be able to take a little bit of cabbage throwing. Whole thing's in French. I can't eat. Eat makes me sick. So like eating at home makes me sick. So going to a restaurant where it's busy, cost a lot of money, I have to get there. All of that just makes me more sick, right? So, so that's really my dilemma. It's I got some type of digestion issue. So a lot of things in Western society, actually, not even correct. A lot of things in society, European society is more driven by food. Look at Italy, than Western culture. But Western culture is, at least dating culture, is heavily revolving around food. Um, yeah. But I should be clear that, yeah, European culture is heavily food driven. So is Middle Eastern culture. Breaking bread is symbolic. Here, it's like I'll shove a baguette down my pie hole while walking out of a Walmart. you know, we're really far removed in the true West. In Europe, yeah, mealtime, tea time, dinner still means something. Not in North America. Fuck, we eat whenever, and we eat the weirdest shit ever. So no, no. I mean, having multiple girlfriends stacked up on deck, as much as it's nice, to have a bunch of girlfriends, it's it's a lot of work, especially if you're a good person, right? You're putting in the time and the effort. Plus, women are expensive. It costs a lot of money to maintain, you know, um, romantic esque, And sure, you can find girls that are less demanding, but you want to treat them and you want to be kind and you want to take them places and do things, right? So that all comes with cost, a lot of cost. And so obviously if you put all your money into one person, it goes a lot further than replicating everything times whatever, right? Um, but anyways, yeah, it it all depends on your style and how you how you perceive dating and relationships and all that. Um, when I first started, I heavily believed in one guy, one girl, give it your all kind of deal. But it doesn't work. I mean, you can make it work, but ultimately it goes against biology. And two, it just doesn't work in a society that we're so damn busy. You can see person once a week. How are you going to okay, you just wait all week, go out for like 4 hours, and then it's we live in such a high speed times that it's not like dating Sue Ann from the farm next door. You know, it's your life is moving in light speed, and you don't have a month or 3 months for her to figure up her mind, and then she decides she doesn't like you or whatever. It's like, okay, so I just wasted 3 months kind of deal. Sure, we had some good times, but you know, whereas if you line them all up, if they don't work out, you're on to the next thing. So it's not really a big issue. If it does work out, then good, you found her. But the odds of finding the person is like near zero. Um, but some people settle on the first. Who knows? So, oh, I'm probably definitely autistic. I don't know. Hold on. What was the quote from what's his fucking name? Oh shit, the guy that does Infowars. I'm definitely retarded. Yeah, I think that's what he says. Yeah, I'm definitely retarded. Yeah, I know. I'm pragmatic just because I value intelligence. And so if I was emotional and I like being passionate, it's great. But at some point you're romanticizing. You're making something bigger and broader than it truly is. And if you're driven by emotions, you make wrong decisions. And you'll make the wrong decision over and over again. And you can be manipulated and you can be coerced. And there's a whole bunch of other faults that it comes with. So, as a person with a strategic and tactical background that loves combat and the the essence of warfare, emotion has no place in warfare. Zero. It screws you up. It fucks you up. It makes your decisions bad. There's no value to emotion aside from driving morale, such as the passion of fighting for your country and blah 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 blah. There's that, but that's for the dregs of your army, right? Your special forces people don't give a fuck if they're fighting for the country or they're doing a job. They're cold, they're calculated, they do their job, right? That you don't care if they like it, you don't care if they're happy, you just care if they're going to do it or not going to do it, right? So again, there's no room for emotion. So that drives a lot of my character, because really, there's no room for it. Yeah. So Alex Jones, yeah, that's the guy. The guy when he stopped trying to be serious, it was just great. I'm a special kind of stupid. Yeah, I'm fucked up. It's so good. When he finally started to realize, the world was laughing at him, not with him. It was great. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I'm not a fan of Alex Jones just as a person, um, especially in the early days, right? He's just pushing misinformation. But I just like the fact that he realized at some point that, like him and Jesse Ventura, what the fuck? But I like the fact that he acknowledges, like, yeah, yeah, I fucked up. It's great. But as for the people that put them on air and the damage they've done, it's pretty. What is the word? Irreprehensible. Um, but that's business, right? You know, if someone has a show that's really shitty, no one's forcing you to watch it, right? But something can be said that somebody okayed it, somebody allowed it. So even though you didn't put the gun in the hand of the person, you still manufactured it and left it on the table. So you could argue that, you put in motion, you know, what happened. But that's a whole argument about philosophy at that point, you know. A gun does not kill a person. What kills a person is the person using a gun, right? And so then the question is who's responsible, right? And then it goes on and on and on and on. So, um, oh god, this is so fucking stupid. Not you guys, just this. They're talking about, like, they have to talk about everything, and then they got to repeat it, and then they got to repeat it, and then the person that wasn't paying attention has to ask questions about it, and it's like, fuck, just pay attention. You're getting $100,000 a fucking year. Just do your goddamn job, you know. And so, but I know where they're coming from. They have these meetings every day, and their brain glosses over. So, it's a little critical to tell them to pay attention to every second. But, it's like a pilot that decides he's going to fall asleep halfway through the flight. You got a job, do it. You're getting paid. So, I think I can uh, ask for a little bit for my money, right? Well done, Novell. My dream lady is probably intelligent, articulate, caring, passionate, but non-emotional. So not, you know, driven by hormones and feelings and passions. Um, and I think that would probably work out for me. I would prefer a romantic person. I would love a romantic person. Um, right now, the one lady I'm dating is non-emotional, um, but not passionate at all. She's like dead on the inside kind of deal. But boy, is it refreshing to not have an emotional wreck of a lady, going off one end of the deep end and off the other end, and like her emotions are in check. But then there's not a lot of life, right? Because everything is kind of flat and placid. But the good news is you can coax out that emotion, right? So you're starting from zero and you can build up versus starting at 1,000 and trying to bring it down to 10. So eh, I'm just gone one end of the spectrum to the other. So uh, those people do exist. It's just they're difficult, right, to find, and the people that have found them will not let them go. Oh, there's plenty of smart, non-emotional girls in tons of different industries. You're just not going to find them on the internet wasting time, and they're busy changing the world. Yeah. Oh, well, good. I pride myself in my personality. I'm not perfect, but I'm hardly trash human, for lack of better words. I'm going to quickly grab my meat pie that I just baked, and I'll be right back. All right. Oh, I love microwaves. Microwave is life. But unfortunately, there's certain things you can't microwave, such as pastry.
Comfortable talking about so that we don't mix it budget. Okay, whatever. Oh, okay. I think that's all the most correct. Unfortunately, version of story for alert.
Everyone just got an emergency alert.
Okay. So everybody's getting. We're all safe. So to change my motion, provide the so we're back after a month. Just putting in. So that's what I'll be asking you for when it comes. Okay, so Councilor. Well, it's not a direction. Have to have a financial offset. So got somebody of a motion.
I'm fine to bring.
Well, I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead with delegations. Well, take a look at last motion and we'll from the delegation. Alrighty. So on the movers. Come up, Eric, can you come up?
This chicken pot pie is not bad.
So so whenever you're ready,
Yeah, I expect that we're gonna have some form of squeeze. It's definitely right around the corner. I don't know why it hasn't kicked off. I don't know what's really giving the market uncertainty right now, but we're definitely overdue. But what's going to happen is the more and more we're overdue, we're going to hit that wall and it's just going to fly up like ridiculous. I was thinking it would start walking up and then start running, but when we hit the invisible wall, it's going to start running. Um, so we should see it ramp up before it runs, but it may just go straight into running. Yeah. I did because the when you do a parabolic, right? The likelihood of you going down 80% of your parabolic is like 70% of the time, right? So when everyone's like, "Oh fuck, now it's going to go to 100." It's like yeah, it's impossible to fully predict, but it's all a game of likelihoods, right? So like in that case, the likelihood that it would go down to 14 was much higher than it going up to 100. So what it did is it went down to 32 and then it went back up to 58, right? But it didn't exceed the 71 and it didn't make it to 14. So it got buffered, right? And then we actually showed strength before COVID got us, which was surprising because normally you would have had a fall off because you're too high, right? The stock's only worth like $6 now. At that time, it was probably worth $4, right? So being at 14 is one thing, but being at 70, that's holy crap, right? You're like 100 times what you're worth. So 10 to 100 times. So, anyways, that was where that 14 came from. Is I expected that we'd have a burn off and we'd get driven back down towards 14. When we didn't, I revised myself to around 28, and we ended up coming back down to 30 something about a month later. Hmm. Yeah. Well, if you look at the chart, right? So we can just zoom out. So here, this buffer is quite high. Normally, when you have a parabolic like this, you see how far it went down? It went down at least 80%, right? Here, it went down around 50%. We eventually burned off, but the initial drop was like, 40% or so from the top. We eventually burned off to like 50 something percent here. But right here is very tentative. We could have easily gone down to, 14, 15, 18. That could have easily happened, just like it happened here, and just like it happened here, right? This one went parabolic. It dipped, rolled, and went down over 100%, right? So we go parabolic, and then we burn it off, right? We go parabolic, we burn it off, right? So usually, though, when you have a great parabolic, there's a dip that's usually close to 80% or 50, and then it goes up and then it rolls. But normally, it doesn't come up so high, right? But this was very surprising. We were actually getting lower or higher lows, and it looked like we were gonna break out, and then we got fucking Wanda botted, and then COVID, and then fuck it, Delta just murdered us. But we were almost gonna bust out and go for another run. That I didn't see happening. It looked like it was gonna happen, but it just for it to run would have required so much energy, and so we did what is more natural. We collapsed. So even though it looked like it was going to run, it didn't have the energy. And, I wrongly assumed that COVID was more over than it really was. And so the two of them murdered us. I figured, okay, even though it may not run up, because that would be very hard to do, we'd run out the clock and we'd slowly drift up. And then we'd have a surge. Now, once we rolled and it completed, the dip that I thought would have happened earlier, it then got the dip that I expected. Not as deep, but it dipped later. Now we're building our base, and now we're having organic growth, which leads to a run up. But during this period, it's too dicey. Just like this, it's too much too quick. You never really go back 100%, but there's a long period of rest, right? And so this is our long period of rest before the next surge. So I'm still positive we're going to go up now. It's just at the time it was too much too quick. So I put my money where my mouth is, and I was wrong. But no, I don't think it's manipulated. That's just how the market works. No, it's all good. I'm just giving you my perspective so you can see where I'm coming from. I don't care which way. I say this over and over again. And I'm not being defensive. I don't care. The market does what the market's going to do. And us as traders, all we can do is try to get ahead of it and try to guess. But what's going to happen is already set in stone. And so we use our knowledge and skills to try to predict into the future. And of course, it's a crapshoot to a lot of extent, but it's a game of probability. So even though it's a total shoot, we know that it can only be a number 1 to 6. We know that because we rolled 3 4 times, the odds of rolling a 3 again is lower because that's just how it works, right? So, well, actually, that's not completely true, but let's say it was true. If in a perfect world, the odds are always the same, but the law of averages, which isn't quite true. If it's already happened, then the odds of it happening again is lessened, right? Not quite true, but let's pretend it is. So that's kind of what we use in the stock market. If we've never made it to 100, the odds of us going to 100 is a lot less than us achieving a number that we've already been to. So, anyways, that's the game. That's why I love it, and that's why I trade stocks, because it's hard, difficult to master, but you can get close.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Public transit, round, public service, ion, 5 office jobs, and we need others. But also for shopping for the household, for doing some for company elders, and family.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. So that alert system that just went out, I'm like, oh, did they just issue an alert to prepare us for the next train derailment? And then someone said, are you sure it's not just them getting around to the first one? And I'm like, well played.
never asked OW estimate losses and for revenue that depend on not have alternatives. That is that when the bus is running high and then you gotta make work for your LRT down, you don't have the option to taxi or back on the car. And would be but when assets on government
I love all these interest groups here that um, I'm renting an apartment, but this lady here is trying to justify that giving money to poor people is the way of the future. But the thing is, I love with all these interest groups, they are right. The more money you give to poor people, the money just goes right back into the economy. But what it overlooks is that the people that are poor aren't people that are poor. They're people with issues, right? And they're money pits because they got there because of reasons, and those reasons are not going to be addressed by giving them more money. It's going to be slightly mitigated. So you could give them millions and they'd still end up in the same hole, right? So that's the overlook. If you gave those millions to people that fix the hole, perfect. But if you give the millions to the person who's in the hole, they might start digging down, right? With a new shovel. And you see that a lot with drug and alcohol addictions. You give them money and they use the money incorrectly or arguably incorrectly, right? Or if someone has a mental issue, giving them money is no good because they're still a danger to themselves and others. But those are extreme examples. But these groups overlook that because everyone is savable. And it's like, yeah, with infinite money, maybe. But, you know, it's some point you got to be like, well, I don't want to pay 70% taxes. So I got to draw the line somewhere, right? So mitigated? Mitigated what? I use mitigated all the time. I didn't realize it was a buzzword. You got to mitigate because really that's the thing in politics. I'm smarter than an apartment. I don't know what that means. But oh, I'm smarter than a dude in an apartment. There's more to me than just an apartment dweller. That was an odd way of saying that I'm smart, but thank you. If that's what you're saying. Yeah, I'm definitely not retarded. Now, the thing is, the reason I'm not rich is because I don't give a shit about money. Like, if I need money, I just print it on the stock market. If I need to do something, I just do it. Like, it's the issue is not I'm broke. It's I just don't care. I don't care to exploit people for money. Um, but I'm learning in my older age that whether or not I want to exploit people or not for cash, which is how businesses work, at some point, people people can't be trusted to help themselves. So at some point, you need to step in and say, "Look, just give me your money and I'll give you a nice place to live, but let me just take care of your finances," to use like a metaphor. So at some point, you have to take the money away from somebody to help them. And so, yeah, now I look for money, but I use that money to make their lives better. But, I spent most of my life never asking for money because why? I don't need it, right? But I've realized that these people need help and I can't be a charity. So either they pay me or someone else pays me. But either way, money has to exist to get the job done, right? So it's taken a little bit of a mental shift, but that's kind of where I am now. I'm doing this for your own good. And I show up and just be like, look, I understand this is a robbery, but it's for your own good. Yeah. 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 But the problem too here is so when you're a politician and someone comes in and says, "Hey, I want to do something that makes 20% of people happy." The politician's not going to be like, "What about the other 80%?" They're going to be like, "Wow, those 20% of people are going to like me as long as I say good things about what you're doing." And then they never follow up. So they're going to back it because it's politically advantageous to back it, but they don't follow through. So it's all lip service. Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Um, if you want to get philosophical, some people argue land should be free and that the ownership of land is like the highest form of capitalism. Yeah, that's definitely an Eastern European kind of, maybe even judging by your last name, a Nordic viewpoint as well. But definitely Eastern Europe, Russia, any communist country, um, the view that, or even Germany to some extent, it's all good. That's an Alex Jones reference right there. But anyways, what was I gonna say? I wouldn't I wouldn't say the selling and buying of land is ridiculously capitalistic. Um, I think the exploiting of labor uh, and the money flowing up versus flowing down is capitalism. And capitalism itself isn't inherently bad. And in fact, it's probably the most stable form of government, but it's exploitive, right? Humans are naturally greedy. So when you have a government style that plays to human greed, it's going to be stable because you're not fighting the human condition. When you have a government that says, no, I'm going to take everything from you, you can't succeed, you can't grow, you can't live your life, you can't do anything you want, that's going to cause strife, right? And that government will not be stable for long. And so, American style democracy is scary, ludicrous sometimes, but the fundamental system is strong. How it plays out is fucking nuts, but its core is very strong. Um, their legal system is amazing. It may, you may not be able to afford a lawyer, and you may get fucked over because of it, and it's going to cost you a lot of money. But at the lowest level, it's a fair system as long as you're not piss broke and you go against somebody that's rich, you know? But that's really the core of capitalism. You're on your own. So if you don't want to lose your court case, you should have been a lawyer, right? If you want to win, you're going to have to fight, right? So but that's how it should be, right? But then some people can't fight. And then that's really where Canada's political style comes in. It's like, well, if we have a system where everyone has to fight for survival, cool, right? Let the best man win. But what happens when you can't compete? What happens when you, from no choice of your own, get fucked over from birth and you're not able to defend yourself? Then what? You just get ran over by the system, right? And so that's where we take the American system and we just add in a little bit of, okay, to each their own and to the best of their ability, a little bit of communism. But we don't go so far as to make everyone equal. We just lift up the bottom that can't play and then let the rest of them fight it out. So the people that really get screwed are the people that are just past the poverty line Like the really poor middle class, they get fucked. They're not enough to get support, but they're just enough to get pooched. It's like so, and that's our dilemma, at least in Canada. So, and I think Europe is got a little bit of that as well. But I can't speak to it because I'm not European. Yeah, yeah. But the problem you have here is that okay, I just said we should elevate the people who can't fight, right? The people that are unable to play. But the problem is, who are those people? And are those people there because they want to be there or did they choose to be there, right? So there's all these questions you have to ask to qualify that group, and that's where it gets messy. And because, who is that group, right? It's easy to say, but you know, yeah, realistically though, like in Canada it's impossible to be poor. Like piss poor. It's impossible. So if you're homeless, if you're struggling, you're doing something wrong. So all of these groups that are helping people because they don't have money for food, there's no fucking way in Canada, zero way you can have no money for food. But for some reason they're broke. But then when you look at their finances, it's because they're spending their money poorly or they want to send their kids somewhere to do something, right? So the system doesn't work when you're allocating your money anywhere else other than shelter and food, right? Well, I can't afford to live in a downtown city. Yeah, it's like $3,000 for anyone to live down there. But then you say to the government, I want to live here. Well, you can't afford it, right? I can't afford to live in New York City. I wouldn't expect the government to pay for me to live in New York City. But they do because, they want to work there and they want to live there. And it's like, you have to, if you fucked up for some reason and you can't afford to do something, it's not up to the government to just let you do it, right? And so that's the dichotomy of, you know, uh, thought or political, the hell would you call it? Style of government. I don't know what to call it. So in a capitalist system, you you flourish or you sink by yourself. In a communist system, the government elevates you but flattens you. And so finding a healthy balance between the two is, modern government, modern Western style government, at least. Um, so, anyways, you know, I like our style of government in Canada. It's definitely drifting towards American style politics, which is polluting our system. But fundamentally, our legal system and our social framework is relatively unchanged. But Trump style politics has definitely taken its toll on how people speak and how people act in Canada. And that's starting to add like a level of toxicity that used to be suppressed and quiet and never had a voice. And now they're out and about and causing trouble. Um, I think in time it's going to clear up, like all things. But in the short term, that pollution is definitely taking its toll. Yeah. So, what's the solution to what? Poverty, solving poverty. You can't solve people problems. Any problem that at its core is people, it cannot be solved. Because the only solution is to kill the person or rip out their brain and change it and put it back in, right? So you when you're dealing with people, the ultimate goal is to brainwash them into your way of thinking. And that takes a lot of work, a lot of media, a lot of conversations, a lot of messaging. And it's finicky. But that's how you get a stable government. That's how you get a stable country. Is getting everyone on the same damn page. Look, you hold the door. Look, you don't spit on people. Look, stabbing each other in broad daylight's a bad idea. Look, throwing acid in someone's face is not a good idea. When everyone agrees that it's a bad idea, it goes away, right? But you have to get there through community and conversation and a whole fuck ton of things. So that's the problem. It takes time, usually takes generations, right? And you're definitely right about victimization, right? That's the new thing. We taught kids how to be more attentive to other people's problems, to be in their shoes. And now everyone wants to be a victim. Being a victim is an identity now. You know, I'm oppressed and I'm being judged. I'm this, I'm that. And so that's now, we went from one end of the spectrum where nobody gave a shit about each other and we flew way off the other side. So I think we'll come back, but it's like, oh, god damn. Like every kid's an environmentalist now. Look at Greta, all right? I think that's her name. That level of passion and attitude and vindication and justification, right? Many kids have that, but you're not born with that idea. You're taught that idea. You're taught that that's supposed to be the way you act, right? And so we've created monsters, if you think of it that way, right? So, but when they grow up, they're going to teach their kids to be like that. But their kids have the potential to break away from it. So it all depends on who gets to them and who influences them, and you know, and then you get into cancel culture and silencing each other and the whole social justice movements and all this other crap, right? But that I could go on for hours down that road, so there's no real point. But yeah. Oh no, there's a delay in me responding to you. Um, but yeah, like I see your messages, but I don't respond to them immediately. Yeah, it's all good. We're talking about heavy topics here, but I would say $10,000 a share is kind of crazy, but nothing's crazy on the stock market, right? Like anything is possible as long as there's somebody willing to do it. Now, who in their right mind would buy AMC for 10 grand? You gotta be fucking stupid. But there's fucking stupid people out there. So all you need is a few stupid people. So it's not that it's impossible, it's impractical and it's dumb, but there's nothing stopping dumb people from doing dumb things. So you can never say never on the stock market. Yeah. That's one truism. Yeah. That's it's all good, Marshall. It's all good. Yeah, he's drinking and taking Adderall. So take everything very lightly. And if I recall correctly, Adderall is basically meth. To some extent. Generally, insurance companies are not going to cover you against losses because you took high risk. And in fact, they can't. Chances are they're not even going to back you up because they're going to like, you fucked up. We don't want to pay it, right? Insurance companies are always looking for not to pay. So, but anyways, that's a broader issue. Like the semantics and the politics of money is a it's a whole world in itself. I don't think it's generally nefarious, but big money makes big decisions, right? Money talks, especially in the States. So they're in a world of their own, and we're just playing part of it on the stock market, right? We have no impact on them. We're not going to change the course of things. We're just along for the ride. And, you know, we could talk about them and we could comment about them and how much we dislike what they're doing, but ultimately the system, for lack of a better word, works. Um, you know, eh, if they could stop, you know, treating it like it's a fucking casino, that'd be great. You know, they're definitely testing its limits. You know, they push it, but that is in part what makes America strong is the fact that there's rules, but they just go and do whatever they want within reason. And so they push and they keep growing, right? But of course, you play with fire, you're going to get burnt. So that's the balance. And arguably, when you're dealing with everyone's money, when people get burned, everyone gets burned. People lose their lives, their jobs, right? And so there's the argument, should you allow them to destabilize the market? And then there's that debate, right? The same thing that gives the country its strength is the same thing that can ruin people completely and utterly. So, should it be regulated more, less? Well, never less. It's already regulated less. Um, so that's the argument, right? So in Canada, our stock market and our banks are heavily regulated for that reason. But as a result, our stock market is shit compared to the US stock market, right? It'll never be as amazing as the US stock market. But when the US tanks their economy, we don't go with them. And we dodged that 2008 crisis, right? And we dodged the one 10 years later because our banks are stable. They're not allowed to play like that. So, but that's the balance, right? Growth, risk, reward, right? So you have to play it out. But America is definitely high risk, high reward. Those fuckers just they know what they're doing most of the time, you know. So I have to give credit where credit's due. You can't shit on the states too much because, they're clearly, you know, they've got it down to a science. Even if it doesn't benefit the public too greatly, it definitely benefits the country. And I don't think anyone that's under the age of 40 knows what it's like to live in a country that's broke. You ask anyone from Eastern Europe what it's like to live in a country that's broke. People are starving and dying in the streets. Like, Americans don't know true poverty. Even the Great Depression was bad, but hardly ridiculously bad like some failed states, right? Somalia, you don't want a country that destabilizes its economy or fails. If a country stops growing, right, it only has one way to go, and that's down. So, anyways, not to get too heavy or too much on that topic, but you know, we can shit on the states all we want here for having crazy markets, but we do have to give credit where credit is due. And we wouldn't have Googles and we wouldn't have Facebooks without capitalism. We would have Friend Face and what's the one in Russia? Me Too or Meagle. you know, we'd have some Soviet-controlled central state. Yeah. Yeah, well, when someone shorts AMC, you also have to take in perspective the time frame. So if I short AMC today, that's pretty dumb. If I shorted AMC 3 months ago, that's pretty smart, right? If you're planning on shorting AMC for the next 5 years, that might be long enough. But if you needed your money in 2 years, I would say you're stupid or taking a high risk. You know, so it's all about your time frame, right? If you bet on AMC collapsing in its entire life, then you're correct. Almost every company goes to zero ultimately. In the longer time frame or the longest time frame, they generally die. No company really goes on for eternity. They all meet their fate one way or another. So shorting makes sense, but I think AMC is more likely to be bought out than it is to collapse on itself. So, yeah, well, they added to the shorts. Um, I think most shorts got in probably when it was at 70, and then they shorted again when Delta came in. When the stock goes down, it's not always shorts. The stock can go down when people are buying lower or selling. Short selling is just selling before you buy. So it produces a red before it produces a green. But you can buy lower and you can also sell. which is producing, you had a green previously, now you're producing a red. Buying lower is you're making a green, but you're making it lower. So it looks like a red on a chart because you're buying lower and lower and lower and lower. And so you can actually bring down the market by refusing to buy higher and buying lower, 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 and lower. Now you need a lot of money, but it's doable. And so, anyways, you need money and time, I should say, but it's doable. So when you see red, it's not all short sellers. So, yeah. Oh, this has happened many a times. If you're talking about stocks being run up and stocks crashing, now this has happened. No, they're valid questions. But like if you look at the tulip in the Dutch tulip trade, tulips went from what, $1 to like $60 or something, you know, which is like the classic pump and dump. But it wasn't pump and dump, it was hysteria. Everyone needed tulips or wanted them. And so supply and demand, and off it goes. Um, this has happened many, many times. It's just the neat thing about this time is that you have the public, instead of businesses fighting it out, you have mainstream public fighting it out. And the mainstream public holds more money than any business holds, right? If you took everyone's wealth in America and you put it into one stock, it would just be astronomical, greater than any company's wealth, right? So the power the public has is incredible, especially to lift a stock that was cheap. And so that's really the new, I would say. But the idea of pumping and dumping and stocks flying off the handle, and that's not new, not at all. In fact, it's gotten a lot better. It used to be all the time. It used to be ridiculous. Companies would triple or 10 times overnight, but they put in a bunch of reforms because people would just fake it and then screw everybody's money and run for the hills, right? And so now there's a lot more regulation to stop, you know, dumb shit. But as I noted, they still find a way to make more dumb shit. So, yeah. That's all right. You're free to your opinions. Yeah. Classic Canadian movie. Yeah. I would say, since you like my personality, then you would also be a fan of anything Mel Brooks did. You'd like Young Frankenstein, Dead and Loving It, uh, Robin Hood Men in Tights, Blazing Saddles. That's my personality in a nutshell. The thing, if you ban the dark pool, the reason the dark pool exists is so that the administration of money can be can happen, because everyone has to settle their books. So if we don't have the ability to do dark pool or the fuck is it called, reverse repos and all this other stuff, then it would go back to like the early 90s, where if you wanted to buy a stock, you had to wait like 3 days for it to fucking execute, and then another day for it to give you the results. If you deposited money in your bank account, it would be held for a couple of days. It's not being held, it's because they got to friggin' set the books, right? So yeah, there is a little bit of abuse because people are gaming the system, and I think that's where they're going to need a little bit more regulation. But definitely banning it is a bad idea because you lose liquidity. You lose the ability to have flexibility and motion in the market. And history has shown us that's how markets die. That's how the Chinese market is getting its ass handed to it. That's how Russia imploded. That's how pretty much every stock market that's ever imploded because it ran out of liquidity. Everything got locked because they couldn't manage their money at any speed and they just, crashed. And if a country can't produce money and it can't use money, the whole thing just blows up like instantly. So, yeah, anyways, but that's more, economic theory and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, yeah. I'm just throwing in that, clarifier. I would agree any form of abuse should be hunted down, right? Um, but what we consider abuse and what the SEC considers abuse is two different boats, right? But I think we can all agree that reforms that make it better, fairer, and safer and more transparent are always good. What that entails is outside of the scope of this stream, but you get the idea. Yeah. My man. No, no, like the way Denzel says it. My man. Yeah, like that.
I have questions for John. Just wait. Comes from well, I'm Ottawa. I'll be I'll probably bring. After being, you have questions?
Well, that's usually how people get Kajel, however you pronounce your first name. Um, I won't try the last name, which I think is Bajorgan. But anyways, yeah, people cling to the first voice that rings true. But at least you got an analytical mind. You know, you understand the scope. So, you know, truly dumb people don't realize they're dumb. They just take everything like it is. It is it because it is. It's one thing not to know, but you're truly dumb when you don't know you don't know. Yeah. Have you ever heard of the EU? Oh, yeah. So I think that's just the drugs kicking in. But yeah, you can't conquer the world. You know, fascism is pretty much dead. So the only way you conquer the world now is through economic means, right? So it's a term for basically uh, strong arming through economics, right? Which China's doing right now with Africa. The U.S. did during Europe rebuilding itself after a war, right? Hey, well, I just gave you the synopsis, so there you go. There's a lot more to it, but because fascism by definition is absolute state control, and it's contrasted by anarchy, which is no state control. So that's the spectrum. So if you believe in government, big government, then you're closer to being fascist. If you believe in no government and you're really dumb in the head, and you think everything's going to work out, then you're on the other end of the spectrum. Economically, it's capitalism versus communism. Everyone for themselves and everyone together. And so finding the balance is uh, the role of every government, I guess, and person. Most governments, though, obviously, are closer to fascist than they are to anarchy. And there are we've drifted closer towards communism in the later years than we are uh, pure capitalists. Um, just because pure capitalism is hard on a public as a whole. And of course, government wants money. If you're in a true capitalist society, the government's broke because why would they need money? They're not doing anything, right? So it tends to drift towards more fascist, and more communist style. But obviously, we're not. I guess it would be Nazi Soviets. So we're obviously not hardcore uh, in that direction. Now that would be a weird combination. I guess actually the Soviets were extremely fascist. Actually, yeah, they were. Yeah, they were state controlled everything. So actually, yeah, the Soviets would have been under the definition of authoritarian, not the historical name of fascists, but they're authoritarian. State controls everything, and then the people are leveled out. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, John Candy. Yeah.
Um, I did. And so as a result, I then have to start directing numbers in the it's currently at around 40, right? 41. And it was
Classic Robbie. Oh, Jojo Rabbit? Oh, Rabbit. Oh, yeah, yeah, Jojo Rabbit. I've been meaning to watch that. Yes, I know what that is now. That was that was good. Yeah. It's always good when I enjoy a good art form where, they touch on taboo subjects because people are butthurt, but they show it in a fair light with comedy. And so you get to experience a harsh subject, right? Without being offended or without watching it and going, holy fuck. Like, you know, I could watch, you know, I don't know, the Vietnamese getting burned by napalm or something. What would be horrific? That's the first thing that comes to mind, right? But you can approach the issue with some levity, and so you can say, look, shit went sour and kids got fucked up and everything is bad, but without making it so dark it can't be stomached. So yeah, it's interesting when people play with taboo subjects, right? Yeah, that's good. No, no, I'm not gonna watch Jojo Rabbit tonight. I got to do a whole bunch of programming, but I'll put it on my list. Yeah, I heard it was quite good. Playing on the strengths and stuff. Um, I don't know, we shouldn't say strengths. Playing on the human condition, and you have comedy and levity, and then you have the struggle between what you're told and what you should be doing and what is right, arguably, and society versus you. Yeah. Oh, phone call. One moment. Okay. Oh, I hate when this happens. I muted my... Mute my monitor and it loses connection to my monitor. And then I lose all audio. One second. Let's see if I can fix that. Gonna make a mess of the stream probably. Come on. Okay, I have no audio. There we go. Perfect. Let's see if it fucked up. Nope, still there. Perfect. It did fuck this up. There we go. Good enough. Okay.
Sorry, Josh got right covered. Don't mind, I just want to let the whole vice chair over.
So, last question. And I gratitude. Question. Active work.
Share their
I'll just say, I know
Oh, sorry, the voice is coming in.
in my regular, you have to have a deep project asking. So I think, yeah, I think get less questions. When you're talking about this, tell me what your goals are. But you know, with the timeline, asking us for 625
So so this person asked, okay, look, you're looking for $640,000. Why do you want the money? And the guy responds, well, if you give us the money, then we'll write a report that tells you why we want the money. What the fuck? Oh my god. Are these people drunk? Oh man. Oh, this is this moving? Okay. Oh, so when I minimize, it freezes. Okay, I gotta keep it up. Okay. He's British. British people love swearing. This is so bad. So it's like, okay, your budget says you're going to have 100% ridership by December. That's a month away. How are you going to achieve that? Oh, it's just going to happen. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's like the worst justification ever. Fuck. Oh my god. So this lady's response is that it's better now. Fuck. How do these people get jobs? In Canada, you get charged $23 when you buy the TV. You don't pay to dispose it, you pay up front. I don't know if you're talking US dollars, I'd say that's a little high, but you're also dealing with private industry versus public industry. Yeah, and actually, any electronics have gold and precious metals in them. They should be paying you for them because you can make money off of, computers are a gold mine, literally. So, especially old computers. Well, too bad. If you type in the open, I'm gonna fucking talk. Well, perception is reality. If you feel like you're being robbed, then you are being robbed. Whether or not it's true or not is a different story. It's all good. It's a public space. It's all good. All right. Yeah, you could always do that, but you didn't. Welcome to capitalism. 12, 24, 38. So Jacob Chansley got 41 months for involvement in the Capitol insurrection. That's the guy with the horns on his head. Yeah, so there you go. Favorite movie? Hmm. It depends, but I guess one I could watch anytime, all time. Um, I do like simplistic action and adventure, kind of like the Mummies series, Mummy Returns, and all that sort of stuff. Those are fun. Indiana Jones kind of deal, but modern. But I think if I had to pick a high quality movie, it'd probably be up there with like Blazing Saddles or Robin Hood Men in Tights. Men in Tights is getting a little old, but it's a classic. Young Frankenstein. If it was action, The Raid. Um, what's the other one that I really like? I can't remember what it's called. I do love the um, Zero Dark 30 is great, and the other one, um, the one that takes place in Libya, is really good too. And the hell is that movie? Oh, come on. Yeah, I can't remember the name of that movie offhand. Damn, it was a good one. Very good combat movie. Uh, hmm. Yeah, the Sicarios are good. No, I'm not a big fan of documentaries just because they're usually pushing a narrative, and it's just dumb. I like fake documentaries like Band of Brothers, um, where it's telling an event as it is. It is, of course, a story, but it's telling you kind of, it's just showing you, right? I like that. Like Band of Brothers is gold, absolute gold. You know, yeah, it's a little stylized, but it's raw, it's real. You know, yeah. Raid is it's been redone in the U.S. as 13 Blocks, I believe, or what else is it called? Basically, it's the guy from Ong Bak, and they go in as a SWAT team to clean out an apartment, and it's all hand to hand, close quarter combat, and it's just fucking great. Oof, so good. Um, because I do enjoy the footwork and the dance of close quarter combat. Because ultimately, when you're sweeping and clearing a building, it's all footwork. It's a dance. Uh, Pulling the trigger is like a tenth of what you have to do. It's all about positioning and reaction time, and being there, ready, and pulling the trigger before the other person even gets there. And so it's just beautiful when you see it orchestrated. It's like a synchronized dance. Um, so that is quite fun to watch. Um, but yeah, good sci-fi like Altered Carbon, which is a TV show, very good. Um, but damn, what's that fucking military show? It's so good. The Outpost wasn't bad. That was decent. Oh shit, I forgot about that one. Um, It's Red Platoon. It's the Lions for Lambs is a good one, but there's one that's called, I think it's called Kerrigan or Carago or something, and it's basically a U.S. outpost that had like I think 23 people, and it gets about 1,000 plus Taliban come down on it and just fucking murders everyone. It may be the same outpost. They might be talking about the same story, but they were up on a hill and they couldn't get reinforced for like 4 days or something. Whereas the outpost, they had QRF there in 20 minutes. But of course, 1,000 people shooting at you, 20 minutes is a very long time. Yeah, but that was a semi documentary, and actually no, it was a real documentary. It filmed the people at the outpost when they were getting attacked, and it's hard to watch because half the people, actually more than half the people that you see, are dead by the end of the documentary because they just get fucked right up. Like it's 20 versus 1,000. You're not living for long. So yeah, it's a doc. It plays out like a movie, but it's a doc. The Stephen King movies aren't too bad. Um, let's see. Carago Outpost. What is that called? Outpost movie. Hill documentary. Okay, there's the Outpost. Oh, it's called Respeto. Here it is. This the whole thing? No, this is just the trailer. Yeah, so it's a documentary. Yeah, because they have live footage, and then they go and interview the people afterward. It's the Korengal Valley. Oh fuck, man, that is worth the watch. Like you want raw? Fuck. Yeah, but you see, I play a lot of combat games, right? So to me, this is like every day. This is, you know, it's not a nothing new. You know, I've seen it, I've heard it, I've experienced it. It's simulated. I've seen people go through it in real life. So none of this is new, but it's definitely presented as a work of art. The cinematography is great. They piece it together, and by the end, you're rooting for everyone. It's good. I highly recommend it. That's up there. Up there. Yeah. Zulu is not bad, especially if you're British. Uh, Lawrence of Arabia is also incredible cinematography. Like that's just they're doing it right. Yeah. The Staples Center is now going to be renamed the Crypto.com Arena. Oh my god. Come on down to the Crypto.com Arena. That just runs off the tongue. Makes sense. Staples is a dying breed. Definitely. Without a doubt and no emphasis. That's a neat way of describing definitely. So if we started at 9:30, well, the two men convicted of killing Malcolm X are going to be exonerated after 55 years. And it was two black people, apparently. Muhammad Arz and Khalid Aslam are expected to be thrown out after a 22-month investigation, validating long-held doubts about who killed the civil rights leader. Damn. 55 years on a wrongful conviction. Oof. A 22-month investigation found that the FBI and the NYPD withheld evidence. Had it been turned over, would have likely led to their acquittal. Hoo. Damn. Well, they're gonna get fucking millions. But still, 55 years of their life wasted. Jesus. But they're not gonna want for money for the next for the rest of their life. You know? They're gonna be so fucking rich. But that's hardly for 55 years of your life, though. Okay, let's try this out. I've wrote a whole 4 lines of code all day today. This transit meeting's been killing me. Well, a stock price is all about people's desire to own it. So if nobody gives a crap about Elon selling, then the price will remain where it is. Now, realistically, if he sold blank amount of shares, he should drive down the price a little bit. But if he sells it slowly, as long as there's people wanting to buy Tesla, the price will remain up. So the question you really want to ask is, who are the idiots, or who the hell is buying at that price? And then there's your answer. That will tell you, what's going on. Oh, the Game of Thrones series. I haven't watched them, actually. I've been meaning to, but I didn't have HBO, and I never got around to torrenting them. So, what I really want to watch is HBO Rome. I heard that was amazing. Yeah, that's not, you know, ridiculous. It's the amount of shares that he sold, right? It's not the quantity of how much money he got. If he got the shares at $1 and then he sells them at 1,000 a piece, right? Maybe he got the shares for pennies, right? Because he started the company. So if you got them for pennies and you sell them at $1,000, each share could get you $1 million. So you only sold 1,000 shares, right? Like you have to look at it that way. It really boils down to how much of the float and how much of the core did he sell, and how quickly did he sell it. That's it. That's all there is to it. And now that Tesla's worth like what, trillions of dollars now because of its evaluation, 9 billion is nothing. It's 1/1000th of a trillion, or 9/9000ths of a trillion, right? So what's the price moved 1,000th? So it moved 10% down, let's say. So he sold nine 1,000th, almost 1% of $1 trillion is what he sold, almost, right? So the stock actually moved 10 times what he sold. So, I mean, it's relative. I mean, I'm just spitballing numbers here. I'm really bad at math, but you got to look at it relative, right? Yeah, I don't blame him. If Tesla flops in any way, shape, or form, you'd make a fucking killing. Oh, Tesla's got to be the ultimate short. I mean, like crazy. Oh, is the price ticker frozen? That happens sometimes. Uh, no, it's still good. I just had it scrolled up. Sorry. Sorry about that. Sometimes it freezes, especially if I switch screens. Well, I don't know what the time frame is that other people are saying. I was hoping this week would have um, really gone off a lot stronger. Um, we're still pretty good. I would say 18. Yeah. So if not tomorrow, the next day we should see a huge run up because it's getting really tight. And I think we're going to pop. Today's Wednesday, so tomorrow might be the pop. Um, I think if we're looking at the longer term, then we're looking at before the end of the month, before the 26th. But I think we're gonna blast off before then. We're still on track. We've just been dragged out for the last 3 days since the 16th. So actually one day. Yeah. But if we turn this around, then we'll be fine. Hopefully, it's not a breakdown. Yeah. Well, people keep moving the fucking date, but for me, my money is on a breakout very soon. I was hoping last week we would have saw more of a swing, right? We did get a lift, but it wasn't as explosive as I was hoping. And then this just the last 2 days here have been kind of wishy washy, but we're still doing quite good. Man, these people are retarded. Well, Moas is kind of crap because it's the mother of all squeezes. Um, I would say if we wanted to trigger a short squeeze, it's all about momentum. So if we go up but we don't go up fast, there'll never be a squeeze. So if we're gonna have a mega squeeze, there's no way to predict it. Um, my hope is that going forwards to when we go up to 50, right? That should drive us up, but that might go up slowly. Like if we don't go up to 50 in like one shot, then we're looking at like no short squeeze because they'll bail out slowly. If we go up to 50 in a millisecond, they're all going to get squeezed out, and then that will push us to 70, which then could trigger the MOAS. But you need that momentum, that inertia, and so you can't predict that because that's volume, and we can't predict volume because we don't know when or how people are going to play. So we'll see. Um, when it happens, you'll know it's happening, but until then, you won't be able to tell. Yeah. Um, I would say we are going to get some form of squeeze probably this year. I think there'll be some form of squeeze when we go up to 50 something because you have all those bag holders that are going to get pushed out. But you know, like right now, like look at the volume now. You know, we're at 20 million and we're almost done the day. So yesterday we were at 30 something million, right? And then we were at 40 million. So we're slowing down. And so obviously something is up, right? So, and we're definitely not, you can't have a squeeze with low volume. So we're as far away, well, we're not going down, but if we were going down, that's about as far away from a squeeze as possible. You need to be going up and quickly. But right now we're going up slowly. So we're still relatively far from a squeeze. When moon? Everyone asks when moon, but no one asks how moon. Well, I just told you the how. The when, not so predictable. But I'm guessing from what I can see on the chart, we should get a push into the 50s by maybe tomorrow. Or maybe even closing tonight might get us into the 43s. But judging by the volume, I don't think we're going to get a hard push at the end of the day. This increase of volume here is nice, but it's hardly much. So you want to go back? So this is going back to the 12th. That's not a crown. This is closer to parabolic and a curve. So this is your parabolic, your pullback, and that's your hump. That's what that is. So this was a drawn out parabolic. So you got small ones here, right? But if you kind of lump it all together, you rose up, you burned off, then you come back again and you roll. Yeah. Yep. All day meeting. Another takeaway here too is for a crown shape. So for those that are new, a crown shape is this shape. You need easy come and easy go, right? So this piece here is definitely the easy come, easy go for this guy. But in here, there's no crown in here. So what you have is more likely, it's a roll part of a parabolic, but if you ignore all that, you have a driving up of price, then you had too much indecision, and there was no support, so it crashed, right? And then you can see it showed support at the only part there was support was right here, and it stopped. But it was going too quick. So it's essentially, you could argue that is the nature of a crown, but it's not a crown just because there's no middle. Yeah, but yeah, it definitely behaves like a crown, and that's always the risk whenever you have easy money without a lot of like support lines. The risk is that you'll just lose it all, right? But like I said the other day, I expected a little bit of a burn off here, right? But then it went too far. And the market confirmed the next day that it was too far. So really, we should have done this because there is no crown shape. We should have done this, right? And then burned off. So this, the market told us that's too much. It was an oversell. So we can ignore this because this is wrong if you think of it that way. So if this looked more like a crown, we would have probably not recovered. Because in a crown, you tried, and that's the failure. Where here, you didn't really try. You just kind of rolled off to the other side. So yeah. But this should have been a warning sign to anyone, right? You need to stabilize. But you see how we pushed up and then we just kind of turned and the volume went with us? there was a personality shift. Something spooked, and we still don't know what it is. The market, everyone started selling off on the market. And then we course corrected once that spook was over. So this part here can be just written off as a change in personality. But our core personality wanted to go up, right? And whatever happened this day, maybe Elon selling, or I don't really know what happened yesterday afternoon, that's putting a damper on today. And you can see that the volume dropped as a result. So whatever happened here just made everyone stop playing. Like, you know, there was a spook, and I don't know really what it is, but we'll find out probably tomorrow or tomorrow. So, but anyways, yeah, we'll see. What would you like me to look at? November 15th of November. You want 30 minutes to the 15th of November. Okay, so that's the 15th of November on the 30-minute. Yeah, so when it breaks overnight, that does look like a crown right there. But that's the 11th. No, that's the 15th. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that does look like a crown. Yeah. But I would argue that this here stops it from being really a true crown. Right? You know, it looks like a crown, but here we're also missing data. So these guys here stop it from being really a true crown. But this part of the crown is still valid, the easy come, which is why you have the easy go. But I think the fact that we failed here is due to other factors than if it was a true crown. Because a true crown, once you get about here, it's almost guaranteed you're going here. The second it stops going up here, this is like written in stone for the most part. Whereas I think this happened because we were going to do something else and something changed. And then because we had no support, we fell into the crown. But we weren't a crown, and then we kind of fell into it because the market changed for whatever reason. But you know, good eye. It's perfectly valid. A crown is a crown for a reason, and the reasons, if they exist, perfectly valid. Yeah, definitely looks more like a crown on the 30-minute for sure. Oh man, they're still going. Oh, it's EOD time. Yeah. So for those that are new, we take bets for the end of the day. All right. 4334. Nev. Four one zero. Oh, the post-COVID world is going to be great. Uh, Oh yeah, Robin Hood. Yeah. How are they doing right now? Let me see. They're down to 33. Haha, fuckers. Where they belong, in the garbage can. Yeah, it'd be nice if we all get paid in real estate crashes at the same time. Oh man, that'd be great. Yeah, I know. I love Robin Hood. Steal from the poor, rob, give it to the rich. It's just fucking great. Wow. Meghan Markle just made her first talk show appearance in nearly a decade. Jeez. God, this is still going on. I'm dying on the inside here. Because I have to listen to them to hear what they're saying, and it's like, oh man. My whole business is based on, or my whole project is based on what they say. So I have to watch every meeting, listen to every article. this is weird. So the code is going back because I'm programming in the background. The code is taking something, giving it to somebody else, but for some reason, whichever whatever the last thing that's being picked up gets passed 10 times to the guy that receives it. So I have 10 different objects. I send him every one, but on the other side he says, "Oh, I got 10 of the last one." Wonder what the hell that's doing. So in other programming languages, what happens is that one goes, two erases one, three erases two, and then you get to the last one, and that one erases nine. So then you have 10 of 10 objects, right? But apparently in JavaScript, that's not the case because when you pass the thing, it becomes new, and so they can't interfere with each other. Oh, I am thoroughly confused as to what the hell's going on. I did something and I fucked my code right up. Now it is unhappy with me. Luckily, I've saved a few times before here, so I could go back. But I'm thoroughly confused. What the hell's going on? Oh my god. All right. Any more EODs? Since it's going to be last call in 5 minutes. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Okay. Quick washroom break there. my EOD is 4190. I just picked the bottom. Oh, you're gonna snipe me? Okay, then I'm gonna move up. 4202. I will take the midpoint there. There we go. Okay, last 30. 41. Oh, I fucking forgot you. I'll put you in. Marsh. 40. 4180. There you go. Chocolate mousse at berry. Yeah, I saw you and I'm like, okay, I gotta put him in. And then I just completely forgot you. Jeez. Yeah, if anyone wants a movement, this is your last call. So I did the math. They want $8.3 million to do customer things. $8.3 million is $276,000 every year for 30 years, or $138,000 for 60 years, or $35,000 every year for 251 years. And they're going to burn all that money in less than a year. Crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, no, this is City Hall in Ottawa, Canada that I'm bitching about, but it's just, oh man, these guys. Just brutal. I gotta figure out why this code is fucking stupid. Everything is good until it comes in here, and then it all goes to hell. Order flows are usually executed immediately. So delaying the purchase of shares and shares. So the only thing they can do to delay the big brokerage houses, they can slow it down so that it executes like a penny shittier. Um, to the average investor, you're already getting the worst execution flow for the most part, unless your brokerage gives you a good one because they fought for it. Um, you're not getting garbage, but you're not getting like a thousandth of a penny better, right? So that shit doesn't really matter for us. But for people that are moving millions, the difference is a lot of money, right? So it's better to pay the extra to get the speed so that you can get a better price. Um, but they're not sitting there and delaying for hours or fucking up your trade. They would be jailed and their license would be removed instantly. Um, but they can choose that if you're not the higher payer, you get their crappier stream. You get a crappier access to the market. That's fine. You didn't pay for it. But the low level access to the market is still reasonably, it's down to the penny for the most part. So now a brokerage could, if they're malicious, take everyone's orders and then start sending them in to lowball the price. Like if they really wanted to go to jail, they could use everyone's orders, modify them, and then sink the market. But that would be so easy to prove and it would be insta jail time. They would just go, "What the fuck? Market manipulation, boom, gone. Brokerage gone. Millions and millions of your dollars gone." Like it would be stupid. So there's no reason to do it uh, because you'd lose more money than you would make. So, anyways, but it is possible. You could manipulate the order flows, um, but I mean, it's visible if you do so in that manner. If you if you give them a worse price because you didn't execute fast enough, that's one thing. But if you're changing the price or lying to them, you're saying it's $15, but it's actually 16 or 14. So you're getting $1 out of them. You would get nailed pretty quick. Yeah. Now there might be cases where maybe big business is going to margin call somebody, and they might because they don't have to, right? They don't have to margin call somebody. They just do because it's fuck, this guy owes you a lot of money. But they may delay that, or maybe they could be bribed to not margin call him. Like, let's say you're going to lose, $20 million. You could be like, hey, we're going to margin call this guy and it's going to tank this this market or something, right? And well, it would actually probably drive up the market, but they might be able to leak that information, although it may count as insider trading because they're affecting the market and telling somebody ahead of time. But I don't know. There might be something there though. There might be like a heads up Twitter feed where they're like, "We're about to make a splash," and everyone can bail out before it happens, kind of deal. One of the counselors is chewing her nails and smelling her fingers. Oh my god, it's finally over. Finally friggin' over. Holy Christ. Kill me. Kill me dead. Alright, well, last oh man, my apartment sounds so quiet now. Not having them drone on and on and on. 6, 7, 8, 9. 4 minutes left. Or sorry, 6 minutes left. Going on 5 minutes left. Yeah. Getting there. Almost done. Oh, someone subbed? Oh, why is that not up and making noise? Oh, well, someone subbed. Oh, it's in the background, but we can't see it. Who subbed? Oh, Paul Christia. Welcome. All right. Okay. last 2 minutes. Thing is like frozen. I'm on the 1 minute? Yeah. Okay. Alright, so it's either going to be me or FOC. See if I get this. Luckily, I moved up. I was expecting it to go a little bit lower. Good thing FOC rode my coattails and made me move. No. Victory was in hand. Last 30 seconds. I'm at 42.19. You're at 42.02. Yeah, 10 seconds left, unless this is a big putt. No. Oh, shit. It's me. I just got... Oh, motherfucker. I think I just got it on the last. Oh, wow. That was so close. I think I just stole it. 23.13. That's definitely me. But let's check Yahoo. Oof, last minute snipe. $11. Shit. What does TD say? 13? Okay, let me measure. I think at 11 you might have it. Hold on. No, I get 10 or higher. Woot. It is me. Pew, 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 pew. Sweet. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. I'm at 20 and you're at 2. Differences. Yeah, okay. Cool. Yay. Thank you for moving me up. Man, that was a last minute snipe. It was great. I was like, no. But in the end, yes. All right. Good. It's good to win once in a while. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow. Today's been a very long day and not that great, but not horrible. I think we'll see the same thing tomorrow. We'll see. We got a burn off, but this is a very tight burn off. So we'll get a gap up to 43, then hopefully launching us. As long as we don't dip. Plus tomorrow's a Thursday, so I think tomorrow's going to be good. All right.